Vous êtes les artisans des réformes. Vous êtes les relais entre les peuples et le gouvernement. Aujourd'hui, à peu près la moitié des INDH disposent du statut A. Ce constat nous oblige. Et le comité des représentants permanents que j'ai l'honneur de représenter aujourd'hui s'engage à soutenir l'autonomie, la solidité et la visibilité de vos institutions. Sans cela, vos missions restent théoriques. La justice réparatrice ne doit pas être réduite à une simple compensation financière. On ne le dira jamais assez. Elle implique la restauration de la dignité, on le dit et on le répète, la reconnaissance de l'identité culturelle et la transformation des systèmes qui perpétuent l'exclusion. Nous devons également inclure la diaspora africaine dans ce processus, en garantissant son inclusion juridique, historique et économique. Enfin, ce dialogue doit déboucher sur des actions. Et le comité des représentants permanents veillera à ce que vos recommandations soient reflétées dans les décisions continentales. Your Excellencies, representatives of national human rights institutions, civil society leaders, partners, and friends of Africa, we gather here not just to speak of justice, but to build it. Reparative justice is not about the past alone. It's about the present systems that still mirror that past. It's about addressing economic exclusions, dismantling institutional discrimination, and restoring cultural and human dignity. Let us be clear. Reparations are a right, not a favor. National human rights institutions must lead. Your missions must be anchored in legal enforcement, cultural restoration, and public education. You are not bystanders. You are drivers of transformation. The African Union's PRC is ready to accompany this work. We will integrate your findings into development frameworks. We will advocate for binding continental commitments. We will support the use of the FTA as a tool of economic justice. Above all, we will carry the voice of the victims into every policy goal. Allow me, Excellencies, dear friends of Africa, to borrow the words and wisdom shared by Professor James Mwangi Kobila. Let this forum be remembered not for what we said, but for what we have achieved and for what we have changed. So let 2025 be the year when reparative justice becomes not a vision, but a roadmap. Thank you. Merci. Asanteni sana. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado. Shukran jazilan lake. Become unfaithful.
Thank you, Excellency Ambassador, especially for the commitment the PRC has to support NHRIs. Of course, we hope that you also do your best to support the NHRI of Burundi. Whatever we are hearing about the Commission is not encouraging at all. We'd like to find out more. Thank you very much. Now, at this juncture, I have the honor and privilege of inviting His Excellency Hermies Buhan, yes, the state minister for justice is representing the government of Ethiopia. Get the first one.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm very pleased to convey the keynote speech here at this important event for the seventh AUC policy dialogue on the thematic area of reparation. Excellencies, ambassadors, honorable commissioners, distinguished representatives of national human rights institutions, esteemed experts, lecturers, my colleague, Commissioner Brahanu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with the deep humility and great honor that I deliver this keynote address on behalf of the Ministry of Justice of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. It is my sincere pleasure welcoming all to Addis Ababa, Africa's diplomatic epic center, the beating heart of Pan-Africanism, a vibrant, fast-evolving city. Addis Ababa stands as a beacon of unity, multilateral engagement, and a future-oriented Africa renaissance. As a proud city of African Union and host to growing corridors of global conferences, this city, this city is a fitting venue for this pivotal event. Today, we gather for the seventh African Commission Network of African National Human Rights Institute Policy Guidance, held under the framework of African Human Rights and Human Rights System. This team centered on justice for Africans and justice of African citizens through reparations, the role of national human rights institutions and other human rights actors is not only timely, it is very transformative. This policy dialogue is taking place at a moment when the global call for reparative justice reverberates with growing urgency. Across the African continent, in every corner of the world, where people of African descent reside, communities continue to grapple and endure with aftershock of legacy of slavery, colonialism, apartheid, and subjugation. Excellencies, let us be clear, reparation is not a charity, they are justice. It is a powerful platform to acknowledge historical injustices, translate historical truths into institutional change, and to channel remembrance into policy and period into purpose. It embodies our collective moral imperative to pursue a justice that is holistic, participatory, future-facing, and firmly rooted in Africa's own cultural and legal consciousness. The African Charter on Human and People Rights, with its emphasis on collective identity, people-centered rights, and shared responsibility, remains the lodestar of this vision. Reparatory justice must be understood not only as a moral and legal claim to redress, but also as a bold effort to dismantle structural inequality and to reshape institutions scarred by historical injustice. National human rights institutions are central to this effort, positioned at the intersection of normative commitment and grassroots reality. They are not merely watchdogs, they are architects of social change, agents of intergovernmental justice, and pillars of institutional reform. As Ethiopia reaffirms today, deeper engagement between NHR, ICE, and regional bodies and other actors is not just beneficial, but necessary. As a founding member of the African Union and the proud state party of the African Charter and other core international human rights instruments, Ethiopia's commitment to human rights is both historically grounded and forward-looking. Our constitution enshrines the sovereignty of the peoples and upholds international human rights treaties as part of the domestic law is a clear declaration that human dignity is non-negotiable. In this spirit, Ethiopia has pursued broad-based legal, institutional, and policy reforms. We have ratified key international regional human rights instruments, aligned national laws with the SDG 60 plus commitments, and enhanced institutional accountability and access to justice. Our national human rights institution, the Human Rights Commission, now holds a status under the Paris Principles, affirming its credibility, independence, and commitment to the rule of law. We have also launched a robust transitional justice processes focused on reparation, civic space expansion, and reconciliation anchored in participation and dialogue. The landmark national dialogue initiative is underway, aimed at healing historical grievances and fostering a more inclusive political culture. This action reflected Ethiopia's enduring belief that strong, independent national institutions are essential for domestic resilience, social cohesion, and sustainable peace. This policy dialogue challenges us to ask, what does justice truly mean for those long burdened by the weight of historical injustice? Reparations are not a single act, they are a process, multidimensional, inclusive, and transformative. They require truth-telling, restitution, institutional reform, cultural empowerment. They call on us to dismantle exclusion and reconstruct societies where dignity is not a privilege, but a birthright. National human rights institutions are uniquely positioned to lead this process. They are capable of facilitating inclusive consultation, documenting lived experience, advocating legislative reform, and amplifying the voice of communities once silenced by history. Ethiopia views this dialogue not as a conference, but as a mandate to interrogate legal legacy, share practices, and cultivate a jurisprudence of solidarity anchored in African values. In this spirit, I wish to recall the powerful words of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, delivered at the 38th AU Summit here in Addis Ababa this past February. He stated, quote, the call for reparation transit financial aid. It is a pursuit of justice aimed at restoring dignity and addressing the enduring scars of poverty, inequality, and discrimination. Quote, quote. We echo His Excellency message, this conviction. Ethiopia remains committed to supporting the development of a continental reparations framework that integrates reparative justice into Africa's broader development vision, including Agenda 2063. Addis Ababa doesn't only host this dialogue, it animates its purpose. As a symbol of Pan-African unity and international cooperation, this city invites us to reimagine justice not as a regress for the past, as one of my colleagues, the previous speaker said, a roadmap of resilient and rights-based future. In conclusion, allow me to extend Federal Ethiopia's profound appreciation to the African Union Commission, Nanhri, and all national, regional, and global partners who made this extraordinary moment possible. May this dialogue lead to tangible policy reforms, normative clarity, institutional innovations across the continent. Let us recommit not just in words, but in practice, to the principle of truth, equality, restorative justice. Let us affirm that the past must inform the future. It must not be present. I wish you all productive deliberation and reactive spirit and unwavering support for our shared Pan-African human rights project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Minister, for reminding us again the roles of NHRI in the process, and of course that the call for reparation is not financially only. So this keynote speech brings us to the end of the opening session. After this, we have a group photo session. The technician will tell us where we should go. And this note allow me to thank of course our dignitaries in the high table for their notable speeches. I thank you for your participation, your questions. I also would like to thank our partners who have contributed to this policy forum dialogue. That is the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, our long-standing partner, supporter, the Raoul Ambega Institute for Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, the African Union Commission, Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, the colleagues from both secretariats, of course the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, Secretariat of OSHR, Isadora, Valerie, Mohammed, AUC Secretariat, Issa Kagarba, Seraphim, and of course my own colleagues, Oluso, Edward, Dylan, and the other staff who are working on in the background. So thank you very much. On this note, I would also to recognize the presence of the Registrar of African Court. Since we are talking about justice, Dr. Robert Eno, welcome. And I wish you fruitful discussions for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert Sidiogo, for the excellent moderation. Thank you, Excellencies. So we are going to invite you in front of Mandela Hall to take a group photo. And after the group photo, we are going to transit to our next session. It's going to be the session 1 on the status of establishment and operationalization of NHRIs in Africa, best practice and challenges for state and NHRIs, and presentation of the AU NHRIs awards. So we are going to invite the panelists to prepare themselves to come quickly for us to go ahead with that session and move forward. Thank you very much. And after the photo, we'll also have a tea break before we come back in the room at 11:15. Thank you. Directorate of Governance and Conflict Prevention, the Department of Political Affairs and Security of the African Union Commission. So I would like to kindly invite all the panelists to take a seat for us to start this session. So we are going to have Mr. Gilbert Sibioro, the Executive Director of the Network of African National Human Rights Institution, His Excellency Ambassador Willy Nyamite, Ambassador of Burundi to the African Union, and acting chairperson of the Permanent Representative Committee, Subcommittee on Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights, and we'll invite Ms. Shikondi Shijozi, chairperson of Malawi Human Rights Commission. You can please take your seats. Mrs. Nancy Laudi, Deputy Commissioner from the Commission on Human and Administrative Justice. Mrs. Amina Wayash, the Chairperson of the National Human Rights Council of Morocco, and also acting Chairperson of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, to take the seat for this panel. So, Mr. Isaka, you have
Welcome back. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to this session one on the Statute of Establishment and Operationalization of NHRIs in Africa, best practices, sorry.
Good morning to everyone. This delegation waiting this morning to the Arabic interpretation, and through the Commission will take the necessary to provide the Arabic interpretation for this meeting under the AU umbrella. Thank you.
Your Excellency, we have taken note of your concern regarding the interpretation in Arabic language. Unfortunately, due to budgetary constraints, we have to limit the number of language for the interpretation to 2 languages. And to cover the majority, we decided to opt for English and French for this meeting. We are planning for 4 languages, but unfortunately, with the available budget, did not allow us to cater for four languages for interpretation. I submit your Excellency.
Well, I insist for having the Arabic interpretations because this meeting should not only be for Frankfurt and Anglophone. This is a meeting for African member states. The meeting with a very important subject. We have to interact. So kindly request the Commission to provide the Arabic interpretation equal with other language so we can fully interact during these 3 days. Thank you.
This is well noted, Your Excellency. Thank you.
So just to make sure that will be an Arabic interpretation later.
Thank you, Excellency. This is noted. We have taken notes, and my colleague will hold the conference to see how we can resolve this issue. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to this session number one on the Statute of Establishment and Operationalization of NHRIs in Africa, best practices and challenge for states and NHRIs, and presentation of the AU NHRIs Award. This session aims to review the status of NHRIs in Africa, identify exemplary practices, address existing challenges, and encourage their learning among African member states and NHRIs. National human rights institutions play an essential role as frontline defender and promoter of human rights, guided by the African Charter and the Paris Principle, crucial for effective governance and conflict prevention on the continent. In this regard, the African Union's commitment to supporting independent and effective NHRIs is demonstrated through the facilitation of this policy dialogue, capacity building programs, and initiatives such as the AU NHRIs Award and the integration of NHRIs into the AU Continental Early Warning System. These initiatives with the EU's broader human rights strategic objectives, specifically the Human Rights Decade Action Plan and the commitment under African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the AU Constitutive Act and the Agenda 2063 for the Africa we want. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Gilbert Seibogo, Executive Director of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions Secretariat, to give us an overview of the status of the establishment of NHRIs in Africa. Mr. Gilbert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Saka. Sebiogo. That is the Sebiogo, that's an African name. Good morning again. I was requested to speak about NHRIs, the establishment, the rationalization, the challenges that NHRIs are facing as well as states to strengthen them. Talking about NHRIs and their challenges, it's not easy because the journey for establishing NHRIs, getting them operational, sustain their credibility, effectiveness, it's met with a lot of challenges. Some are internal challenges, others are external factors. NHRIs, talking about NHRIs started in the 1940s by all the background when the UN ECOSOC guiding states to put in place information committees. In Africa, we started talking about NHRIs in 1987. I don't know which one was the first NHRI in Africa. Togo claimed that they are the first one. Senegal also claimed that they're the first one. But that is not important because what is important is to have them operational and effective. Because I remember that in 1970, there was something like a national commission in Senegal. That is the very first enabling legislation. We have currently around 49 NHRIs, but only 46 are members of Nanhri. These NHRIs actually, they come into being established. In the process, some disappear. We start establishing afresh, and this is a long journey. Of course, what is important is first of all, to have a good legal framework. The Paris principles recommend that the mandate of NHRI should be in either in the constitution or in the act of parliament. Why? Because these two instruments are somehow strong. It can guarantee independence of NHRI, and the executive cannot repeal them anyhow. We have seen in Africa, if you go back in the history of NHRI in Africa, the very first one was created by decree. Executive come up with a decree. When they are not happy with the NHRI, they work on NHRI, they will repeat the decree and the NHRI will appear. This has been a journey of Nanhri and other actors to try to strengthen the legal framework. Now I can tell you that in Africa, we have about 46% of energy rights, which are established either by decree or act of parliament. I mean, constitution and act of parliament. So we've discovered this establishment through, of course, some other countries don't have energy rights. We talk about the Swahili, we talk about the Lesotho, we talk about Somali, and recently Niger, whose energy rights were disbanded because of the military. So we have some challenges in establishment. You can have a good legal framework with establishment right that operationalizing the national right with delay for some institutions to take more than 3 years. Of course, we have the national right on paper, but it cannot function. Why? Because the government, which is providing funding, did not appoint commissioners on time, but they don't have the budget. And sometimes if the budget is not adequate enough to enable NHRI to carry out its mandate. Of course, we have some good practices. NHRI of Ghana, for example, which was established and it took very little, short time for it to be operational. We have Mozambique, which has taken 3 years. Of course, even now it is still struggling. We have a model of NHRIs commission, that is the appropriate one for Africa. It's appropriate because it has a strong mandate. They can investigate the issue of human rights, they can seek complaints, they can advise government, and some have even incorporated which strong political mandate. Like, for example, an institution in Nigeria, whose decision are the equivalent of decision of the Court of Appeal. Uganda can even issue orders, and sometimes government have to comply with those orders and implement. Of course, the majority is just accommodation. Currently, we have 27 HRIs in the status. Of course, the status is granted by Nanhri, which is the global alliance of HRIs. Is not here by Madame Voyage. And having a status, meaning HRIs are compliant with principles, are effective, credible, is not a guarantee because the status can be lost anytime. And this is about the internal or external factors that affect energy life. I remember sometimes we come back to the energy of Burundi in 2015. There was this violation during the election period. The commission did not do anything. Of course, we expected the commission to investigate. Because they at least document the violation. They did not because I don't know for some reason. Said they will provide, will issue a report at the end of the year. So these are situations which require let me say, urgent action. So the commission was put on a special review because it can happen in any country, meaning that having a strong legal framework like Burundi, and you don't act on human rights issues, can be a reason for the subcommittee to trigger a special review. Nigeria, same thing. During the time of Guardiola, who was the lead secretary, he made a statement. The African Commission was opposing the, I think it was the time. Back home, not only was, let's say, was removed from the position, and the subcommittee downgraded it. It can happen anytime. So meaning that NHRS should be very careful addressing other issues when they do that. Of course, this requires to have good commissioners who understand very well their mandate, who are bold enough to act and sometimes provide advice and to act in a way even if it does not please the government. So we have a progress on the continent. As I mentioned, actually, us who sit in the subcommittee can tell you that Africa has initialized with a very strong legal framework. The problem is how do our commission, our members of the decision, interpret this mandate and act on human rights issues. We have financial constraints for the legal framework. We continue to work on them progressively and improve all of them. Financial constraints, I mentioned that. They are chronically underfunded also. Government, they do provide only salaries to their staff. In some NHRIs, they are understaffed. We fund NHRI with one or two staff members. Considering the magnitude of the violation in our continent, that NHRI cannot operate. Of course, political interference. Some NHRIs cannot conduct investigation independently. Delay in appointment of commissioners when the term of office comes to an end for some commissioners. The government takes time to appoint. We have the case of sometimes Kenya, where we have to fight with the Attorney General. In Tanzania, we go to the President and other countries. I talked about human resources, accessibility. Without the resources, NHS can not reach out to vulnerable groups and people who need their services. Meaning that we do recommend, rather, first principles recommend NHRI to have regional offices where we can. We have a good example of the NHRI in Morocco, which has 12 regional offices. We call them regional commissions with the chairperson of those commissions and they carry out the work. For this commission, need to be also staffed. It's not only rating commissions, but also PPS. A good example is Ghana, of course, the biggest institution in our continent, with more than 1,200 staff members. Now, to address these challenges, there are some recommendations. Of course, the states, first of all, they have to strengthen the legal frameworks of NHS if they want really NHS to perform. Of course, remember that the primary responsibility for human rights protection lies with the state, as we are just there to support the state. States should understand that this is the support they provided. Of course, they should have that mandate. Provide adequate funding, which not only include the administrative costs, the salaries of staff, but also programs. Most of the enterprises here present, they have the salary. When it comes to programs, we go back to donors. And sometimes it also affects the independence of the enterprise. Independence is only vis-a-vis the states, the government, but also vis-a-vis the donors. When donors have money, they will come and actually give you their priorities. Not only even ourselves, donor will come and tell you, for example, this money is to work on LGBTIQ issues. Whether you like it or not. If you need money, we take. I received a call 2 weeks ago from Mozambique asking, and they said, I don't know, asking if I can advise them to sign an MOU with China. So, okay, you can sign an MOU with the program. As long as you keep your independence, any partner can. But that money was to work on the issue of business agreement. And I told them if we'll be able to investigate the violations in the mining, other human rights business activities, get the money. But if not, then we'll be money independent. So, no, we need money. Yes, we need independence is key. So, invest in human resources because NHRIs, if you have human resource capacity, the Commission, African Union Commission, got to establish structured peer review mechanism because we don't ask them to duplicate what the Gambia is doing already, at least to watch out what NHRIs are doing their performance. To institutionalize continental awards, recognizing exemplary NHRIs practices, the adherence to best principles that we discussed later. Coordinate technical and financial support, partnership from international human rights bodies and the development institutions. Some countries have been clever enough, you are donors bring in this basket so that we can know how to channel the funds to NHRI. Of course, it could be also a way of controlling how NHRI are funded. So, recommendation to NHRI should regularly review the legal framework and be able to identify gaps and do proposals to the government and parliament that they can strengthen the legal framework. To develop robust internal governance and create documented accountability mechanisms. Governance should be strengthened. Commissioners working as a team, having one same voice. Of course, be accountable. If you receive money from the government, from the donor, you have to account for it. That's not part of independence. Enhanced stakeholder engagement through structural communication outreach. Civil society, of course, to and other international partners is to strengthen and formalize their collaboration with NHRI, provide technical training and support NHRI, and of course advocate for robust NHRI's independence. Because I know in some countries, of course it happens in many countries, uh, the independence of NHRI can also be dependent on how strong is the civil society movement in the country. Of course, NHRIs are there to protect civil society organizations when they're under attack, but them also they can protect themselves from NHRI. I remember one time there were interference within the National Commission. Chairperson, vice chair were coming from different backgrounds. Maybe one was suspected to be coming from the government of position, and you could see how they are playing the decision. But civil society they came to the commission as a group and said that this is our commission. We want it to be independent. If you don't want, leave the commission. Because that is the commission, the country. The commissioners are paying their money. They think that role is where the credit association can afford the independence and effectiveness of each other. So, something NHRIs is essential for national human rights protection, compatibility and governance in Africa, and we do encourage the stakeholders for this dialogue to ensure that coordinated strategies, actions involving three member states, and the Commission, NHRIs, society, and international actors are crucial for overcoming this challenge that NHRIs are facing. Of course, effective implementation of recommendations that improve the operational credibility and human rights impact of NHRIs. Continue to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilbert, for giving us an overview of the status of the establishment of NHRIs in Africa. We focus on the best practices as well as challenge encountered by NHRIs with regard to the implementation also of Paris principles. And thanks for also the key recommendations provided. I noted a few addressed to member states, strengthening the legal framework and the adequate funding to ensure the well functioning of NHRIs, while NHRIs should keep ensure their independence. And also, with regard to NHRIs, you provide the key recommendation aims to strengthening the internal governance as well as provide capacity building and again enhance engagement with society organization. Thanks so much. As you know, the PRC's subcommittee on democracy, governance, and human rights has been instrumental in carrying out diplomatic effort and supporting the African Union Commission, EU organs, and the human rights actors in advancing human and people's rights in Africa. In this regard, it is my honor to invite His Excellency Ambassador Willie Niamitwe, acting chairperson of the PRC Subcommittee on Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights, to make a presentation on the role of the AUPRC in advancing the professionalization of NHRs. Excellency, you have the floor.
J'espère que c'est visible. Merci de me donner cette opportunité de faire cette présentation qui sera courte pour donner place au débat. Il m'est demandé de parler du rôle du COREP, du comité des représentants permanents, dans le soutien et le renforcement de l'efficacité des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Le COREP, comité des représentants permanents, c'est un corps qui est composé des ambassadeurs qui sont accrédités auprès de l'Union africaine, qui sont les chefs de mission permanentes de leurs pays respectifs, ici à Addis Abeba. Alors, comme introduction, bien entendu, le thème de ce forum, inutile d'y revenir, il est axé sur la justice et les réparations. Et ça nous oblige à renforcer les instruments qui rendent cette justice possible. Et parmi ces instruments, nous avons les organes, les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Alors, comme vous le verrez, la partie jaune, elle est en anglais, la partie à droite, elle est en anglais pour permettre aux anglophones, s'ils peuvent lire sur l'écran, de suivre. Alors, je ne sais pas comment défiler. Maintenant, pour que ces institutions nationales des droits de l'homme soient efficaces, bien entendu, nous savons qu'elles doivent être fortes. Elles doivent avoir une dose de crédibilité. Mais elles doivent être indépendantes. C'est la raison pour laquelle, souvent, dans leur appellation, il y a le mot indépendance. Commission indépendante. Commission nationale indépendante. Donc, l'indépendance doit être prépondérante. Et c'est précisément là que le COREP doit entrer en jeu pour s'assurer que ces institutions nationales des droits de l'homme sont crédibles aux yeux de l'opinion publique, mais sont également indépendantes. Je pense que M. Sediogo l'a si bien souligné, indépendantes vis-à-vis du gouvernement, indépendantes vis-à-vis des donateurs. Et là, maintenant, sur le plan continental, ce n'est qu'une photo de représentation, même s'il y a des visages qui ressemblent à M. Sediogo, ce n'est pas Sediogo, il n'est pas dedans. Je symbolise le comité des représentants permanents à l'Union africaine. Alors, le COREP, c'est un acteur politique, mais aussi stratégique. C'est le bras diplomatique permanent des États membres de l'Union africaine, mais il n'est pas seulement qu'un simple relais institutionnel. Nous ne sommes pas ici uniquement pour relayer des messages de la capitale vers l'Union africaine ou des messages de l'Union africaine vers la capitale. Nous jouons un rôle politique et stratégique. Nous sommes le pivot de l'intégration continentale. Nous sommes le trait d'union entre les États membres et les structures opérationnelles de l'Union africaine. Et parmi ces structures opérationnelles de l'Union africaine, nous avons aussi les organes qui sont chargés des droits de l'homme. Nous devons renforcer, participer du moins au renforcement des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Ça fait partie de nos priorités politiques. Il est vrai que dans mon compteur, dans mes statistiques, j'ai parlé de 47 pays africains qui ont mis en place au moins un organe de défense des droits de l'homme indépendant. Mais dans la présentation précédente, nous avons vu qu'il y en a un qui a sauté, donc il nous en reste 46. Je pense qu'il y a eu un coup d'État, avec le coup d'État au Niger, un pays, un organe n'avait pu quitter. Et 27, plutôt que 28, bénéficient du statut A. Alors, face à cela, le COREP peut et doit jouer un rôle d'appui et de pression constructive auprès des États membres. Ce n'est pas le COREP qui va faire, en tant que corps, qui va faire une pression dans un État membre de l'Union africaine, mais le membre du COREP qui est issu de ce pays va tout faire pour que son pays d'origine parvienne à promouvoir les droits de l'homme d'une manière crédible et indépendante. Plaider auprès des capitales pour une meilleure dotation des IDH, dotation financière, dotation de liberté, etc. Intégrer les droits humains dans les politiques nationales, surveiller la conformité des États avec les engagements continentaux, y compris l'agenda 2063, qui contient une composante non négligeable de défense et de promotion des droits de l'homme. Et maintenant, au niveau national, le COREP doit jouer un grand rôle de facilitation. Parce qu'il doit faciliter l'alignement des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, d'une part, avec les mécanismes africains des droits de l'homme. Nous pouvons aider à mieux arrimer les INDH aux organes de l'IA, notamment la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple, la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme, le Comité africain d'experts sur les droits et le bien-être des enfants, etc. Ainsi que d'autres, qui sont logés soit dans les communautés économiques régionales ou les mécanismes régionaux. Le comité est là pour jouer ce trait d'union et essayer de voir si les institutions nationales de défense des droits de l'homme sont alignées sur ces autres organes de l'Union africaine. Voilà. Avant de conclure, maintenant, permettez-moi d'enlever un peu le costume de diplomate. Parce que j'ai aussi eu d'autres casquettes dans le passé. Je suis un ancien membre de la société civile et j'étais dans la défense des droits de l'homme pendant plusieurs années. Je suis un ancien politicien, membre des partis politiques. Je suis un ancien porte-parole du gouvernement. Et à ce titre, j'ai participé à plusieurs réunions. Si vous me voyez devant vous, je suis pérennement père. Donc j'ai une certaine expérience. Dans le débat, parce que j'ai vu que le Burundi était cité par mon frère Sediogo, surtout les soubresauts politiques de 2015, détrompez-vous, le concept des droits de l'homme n'est pas exempt de politique. Des fois, il y a une certaine instrumentalisation politique, ou même le concept des droits de l'homme est utilisé comme une arme politique pour asservir certaines nations, certains États. Donc, comme correct, je vous présente, bien entendu, le concept théorique, mais comme un homme qui a eu un passé politique, qui a été dans plusieurs réunions qui parlent des droits de l'homme, qu'on se détrompe, le concept des droits de l'homme a été utilisé par certaines puissances pour asservir certaines nations en voie de développement. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Merci, Excellence, pour votre présentation sur le rôle que joue le correct, que peut jouer aussi le correct pour améliorer donc, l'effectivité des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Et vous avez à juste titre relevé le rôle clé du correct en tant qu'acteur politique stratégique, aussi bien que vous avez aussi relevé les rôles clés que le correct peut jouer pour assurer le respect par les États des engagements continentaux et internationaux, et aussi comment le correct peut aider à lier les INDH aux organes de l'Union africaine. Merci beaucoup. Et je pense que sur cette note, je voudrais demander à Madame Sarafine Kando, spécialiste du droit de l'homme au niveau du département des affaires politiques et de sécurité, pour nous faire une présentation sur le rôle des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme dans le cadre de la prévention des conflits et aussi dans le cadre du programme de prix des institutions africaines des droits de l'homme. Merci beaucoup. Vous avez le parole.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So it's my pleasure to give you an overview of the templates for NHRI's data contribution to the AU Continental Early Warning System, and also an overview of the AU NHRI's award. Following my predecessor, Mr. Gilbert, and His Excellency, Ambassador Nanhri, I think they highlighted all challenges that NHRIs are facing and actions that we need to take in terms of supporting NHRIs to operate fully and also contribute to a culture of respect of human rights in line with the AU Human Rights Decade that has been declared since 2016 by the AU Head of States and Governments. So in this regard, the AU has been working to mainstream human rights into early warning within the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and this also includes, of course, governance issues. And under this process, we undertook a process of developing human rights indicators that we included in our AU Continental Early Warning System. As you may recall, the AU Continental Early Warning System is one of the pillar of the AU Peace and Security Architecture, and is the body that provides timely data for early warning and conflict prevention on the continent. So, following the reform of our union to ensure that we mainstream all peace and security and governance and human rights related issues together, we we are working to make sure that we are creating synergy with our peace and security interventions, and also to have governance and human rights issues considered by the Continental Early Warning System. It's under that framework that the set of detailed human rights indicators have been developed to allow the queues to collect data that will support decision making by the policy organs, particularly the Peace and Security Council, and also inform other policy organs of the Union for conflict prevention. So in this regard, briefly, I just want to highlight that the Continental Early Warning System use tools like the Africa Media Monitor to collect automatically information related to media across the world and the continent regarding issues that are related to the indicators that are put in the system. In addition to the Africa Media Monitor, the Continental Early Warning System also use a tool that we call the Africa Reporter, and this tool allows the Continental Early Warning System to receive information from civil society organizations regarding human rights or conflict or peace and security incidents that happen across the continent for early response. So it's in this framework that we also decided, and then we worked jointly with the Nanhri Secretariat, that the NHRIs have to play a critical role in terms of contributing to preventing conflicts in Africa, and their contribution is significantly enhance the peace and security framework in Africa, and that's why the template has been developed for NHRIs to also work jointly with the Department of Political Affairs and the Continental Early Warning System to provide timely information that can support early alert on human rights issues and conflict prevention issues, and also to mitigate conflict on the continent. So this is just an introduction regarding our template. Regarding the process, the template has been developed and also shared with NHRI's representatives that are attending the meeting here. Virtually, we had a discussion along the template to discuss about the content of going forward. And today we are also giving an overview in front of the esteemed and distinguished representative of the PRC to also have this information and support NHRIs in terms of operationalizing this particular initiative that will really contribute significantly to mainstream human rights into conflict prevention. Please. So, as I mentioned, the objective of the AU Continental Early Warning System is to early identification and prevention of conflict, integrating human rights indicators from Nanhri NHRIs for proactive action. So, in this regard, I would like to give you an overview of the template. The template has already been shared, and for those who don't have it, you can still share it. There is also a QR code to access all the documents. So the template is providing us with a comprehensive data framework that the African Union Continental Early Warning System and Priority Data Collection is designed to facilitate systematic and standardized monitoring of critical human rights indicators relevant to conflict prevention. So it consists of the following that I will mention here. General reporting information that capture essential contextual details such as country, region, reporting period, and API's contact information. So it also has a section on contextual overview that provides a narrative summary of developments and trends that happened during the period that will be reported. So there is also detailed human rights indicators. So when you take the template, you find it long because we make sure it's very inclusive and take into consideration many human rights issues. And the indicators are already highlighted in the template to orient the enterprise in terms of using the template to send the information. So this is just an overview. With regard to the thematic focus of the template, we highlighted some issues that we are considering. Of course, the template can move uh, in line with emerging human rights issues. Next. Next. Yeah. So we have the right to life and personal security, freedom from torture and ill treatments, administration of justice and rule of law, fundamental freedoms in civic space, economic, social, and cultural rights, women's rights and gender equality, children's rights, refugee, internally displaced persons, and migrant rights, non-discrimination and intercommunity relations, persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups, democratic governance and political participations, and conflict prevention and peace building. So these are some of the thematics that we highlighted in the template that it should be a living document that should be adapted to the context. So we also have a section on overall risk assessment and recommendation that offer an analytical summary based on collected data, early warning level assessment, and recommended preventive action for stakeholders. So that section below we can characterize to make recommendation for maybe the member state, the NUC, the DRC, the any organs under this particular template. So yeah, the template also have guiding principles and the yeah, so the guiding principle is fundamental principles such as respect for human dignity, transparency, inclusivity, evidence-based prevention, and confidentiality and data protection underpin the data collection process, enhancing both credibility and accountability. So it gives proper guidance to enterprise on how they can collect the data and also ensure that the data collection process uh, that it respects all principles that are underpinning human rights data collection. So in addition to that, we have the template and the operationalization of this template will allow enterprise to contribution to enhance the continental early warning system ability to accurately assess potential conflict situations by identifying human rights abuses and structural vulnerabilities. So it can also strengthen the response mechanism by providing reliable and detailed enterprise data. We equip decision makers in essential insight, allowing targeted, timely, and effective response to prevent escalation into violence. So, in this regard, There's a need for capacity building and also capacity strengthening. And this process will also contribute for NHRIs when they are contributing regularly to data. NHRIs also strengthen their own institutional capacities in monitoring and reporting, and also reinforcing their role as critical actor in national and continental peace and security architecture. So this can also support the enterprise in terms of preparing their own annual report that they share with universities and other stakeholders. Next, please. So this brings me at the end of the overview of the template. So the template has already been shared and completely happy, and yeah, we are happy to move forward in terms of operationalizing the template and also getting full support from the PRC representative and as Ambassador said, or both technically and financially to be able to operationalize this initiative. So without further ado, I will do the transition to introduce to you the AU National Human Institution Award. As you may recall, in 2023, when we had the sixth AU Scenario Policy Dialogue, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, His Excellency Bankole Adeoye, recommended the establishment of this enterprise award that has been welcomed by the Nanhri, and we have been working since then to develop terms of reference that will inform the way we want to go about this enterprise award. And as it has been mentioned here during the opening statements by the Director of Governance and Public Prevention, and also Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Isaka, the AHRS Award is a significant initiative that aims to recognize outstanding contribution by NHRIs and also government to the promotion and protection of human rights in line with the operationalization of the Paris Principle. So this initiative is also linked to the Memorandum of Understanding that is guiding the cooperation between the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission and the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions. So without further ado, this template has also been shared. The term of reference has also been shared, and we had opportunity on 29th April to virtually review it with representative of NHRs, and it's the updated version that we have now. So the objective of the award, as I said, is to include honoring exemplary human rights achievements, encouraging adherence to international human rights standards, and promoting best practices, fostering collaboration among stakeholders, and motivating government to support the effective functioning of independent national human rights institutions. That's why under the category, next please, under the category of award, we have governmental commitment to effective national human rights institution award to recognize governments that are demonstrating exceptional support in establishing and maintaining independent, well-resourced national human rights institutions, legally protected and free from undue influence. Because as mentioned here by Mr. Gilbert Sebiogo, almost 46% of enterprise are established by decree, while it is also very important for them to be established under constitutional law to give them more protection and more independence in terms of operating in the country in line with the Paris Principle and the African Charter of Human Rights. So, British NHRIs will also galvanize our member state to provide more support to NHRIs. In addition to that, we have the NHRIs Excellency Award that will highlight NHRI with outstanding performance regarding their mandate, independence, accessibility, accountability, and engagement in human rights. So for that one also we have detailed criteria that we prepare to look at in terms of evaluating enterprise for the acquisition of the award. So we are also looking at having thematic NHRIs award that will honor NHRIs excelling in addressing pressing thematic human rights issues such as human rights, child protection, rights of persons with disabilities, business and human rights, and the rights of migrants and internally displaced persons. So this is not limitative because today it is related to the context. Next, please. So as I mentioned, the selection criteria for the evaluation emphasize robust legal and institutional framework, demonstrable governmental support, adherence to the Paris principle, tangible impact in human rights advocacy, financial transparency, and active engagement with aid mechanisms. Independence and impartiality remain paramount, ensuring any choice operates autonomously, free from external pressure, safeguarding the integrity of human rights advocacy and governance. So the criteria are more detailed in the terms of reference, and during our discussion with enterprise, they emphasize that we should also include under the government a governmental award the funding criteria to make sure that the government will take that in consideration. So regarding the application process, we propose that an independent selection committee comprising of representatives from Nanhri, one representative per region, ECOSOC regional expert, one per region, and eminent human rights figures can be part of the selection committee. And there was a recommendation to include one representative for member state to also have a look into the process. And we recommend that it should be one representative from the PRC subcommittee on democracy, governance, and human rights. So, and for the application, it should be supported by 11 documents evidencing adherence to the selection criteria and that are evaluated rigorously. So the award ceremony will be conducted biennially on the sideline of the ACMAMI policy dialogue and will serve as a platform to honor and amplify awardees' achievements. So regarding the benefits, he said there will be increased continental recognition and credibility. The awardee will receive a trophy, and in addition to that, there will be increased continental recognition and credibility and access to A-led training and technical assistance, and also enhanced advocacy, strength and institutional profile. So this is briefly an overview of the NHRI's award term of reference. And yeah, so we have to work together because human rights is our collective responsibility to reinforce commitment to active human rights protection and to encourage NHRIs to deepen human rights compliance in member states, to support NHRIs, and also to collaborate jointly towards achieving the Africa Reform under Agenda 2063. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Seraphine, for this presentation on the role of NHRIs in conflict prevention and also the NHRI award. As you mentioned, the NHRIs provide comprehensive, credible, and timely data that will enhance the tools' ability to mitigate conflict They can also identify some signs of instability, and also thanks for the overview on APSA, as well as the presentation of the objective category selection process and application process for NHMI's award. I would like now to recognize, to invite our distinguished panelists to provide succinct experience-based insights on their perspective and recommendation regarding the presentation within a maximum of 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to recognize that our panel members are composed as follows. We have His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Omar Gat, Ambassador of Egypt to Ethiopia, and permanent representative to Egypt, permanent representative of Egypt to the African Union. We have been informed that His Excellency is attending the PSC meeting, and he may join at any time. So we have also Mrs. Amina Bouaresh, chairperson of the National Human Rights Council of Morocco and chairperson of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. We have also Ms. Shikondi Kizozi, chairperson of Malawi Human Rights Commission. We have Mr. Berhanu Adelo Gebre-Mariam, Chief Commissioner of Ethiopia Human Rights Commission. And we have Mrs. Mercy Larbi, Deputy Commissioner, Commission on Human Rights and Restorative Justice of Ghana. So, as the ambassador of Egypt is not around, it is my honor to give the floor to Mrs. Amina Bouaresh, chairperson of National Human Rights Council of Morocco and the chairperson of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. J'avais préparé un cadre d'échange, mais juste après les interventions de mes collègues, je vais complètement m'en débarrasser et vous parler de notre Le CNDH Maroc fêtera demain ses 35 ans. Créé en 1990, en mai 1990, il était à titre consultatif, Conseil consultatif des droits. La Constitution marocaine de 2011, amendée en 2011, avec après un référendum en 2 juillet 2011, le Conseil national des droits de l'homme est devenu Conseil constitutionnel. Avec des dispositions claires dans la Constitution en tant qu'institution indépendante et toute l'autonomie nécessaire pour agir pour la protection et la promotion de l'humanité. Durant ces 35 ans, beaucoup de pratiques, beaucoup de bénéfices de succès, et aussi beaucoup de défis que nous avons relevés. Le CNDH Maroc est une plateforme pas uniquement institutionnelle, c'est une plateforme entre les institutionnels, mais c'est parce que c'est une institution nationale, c'est une institution créée par l'État, mais tout ce fonctionnement est composé par ce qu'on appelle l'Assemblée générale, qui représente premièrement les corps élus, les syndicats, des avocats, des journalistes, des médecins et de la magistrature, ainsi que la société civile et les personnes ressources et les experts en matière de droit. Ce sont ces personnes-là, ces compositions qui font la politique du CNDH. Donc depuis 35 ans, je dirais que le CNDH Maroc s'est développé en institution qui, sa première mission, c'était les violations graves des droits de l'homme en 1986. surtout après la libération de certaines personnes portées disparues dans le temps. Et donc, c'était de travailler et de recomposer cette, je dirais, la justice réparatrice qui est notre sujet de aujourd'hui. La deuxième, c'est que cette institution consultative était dans le temps, en 1990, représentée également par des membres des partis politiques, certains de l'opposition et de la majorité, et des membres du gouvernement. Le changement, ce qu'on a fait, c'est le déroulement de nos actions a mis en place la visibilité claire. Comment, surtout après l'adoption des principes de Paris en 1993, c'est-à-dire créés en 1990, 3 ans avant les principes de Paris. Donc les principes de Paris nous ont aussi interpellés en matière de consolidation de l'indépendance de cette institution. Cette institution aussi avait le mandat de rendre visite aux établissements pénitentiaires. Donc, il y avait ces visites, ces actions qui étaient aussi sujets et objets de rapports publiés et débattus au niveau national. Donc, c'est une institution qui a réussi premièrement, à présenter, à animer le débat public, à faire confédérer les ONG, les institutionnels et les universités et les parlementaires autour de cette question de consolidation et de protection des droits. Le troisième élément dans je dirais, processus d'opérationnalisation d'une institution indépendante et autonome, c'est qu'à partir de 2000, juste après la Constitution, en 2018, le Parlement marocain a adopté une nouvelle loi. Cette nouvelle loi, nous donne plus de missions. C'est une mission générale de protection, de prévention, de protection et de promotion des droits. Donc l'institution nationale marocaine est une institution qui agit, comme on a le présent au Maroc, selon l'approche 3P. Protection, prévention des violations des droits de l'homme, protection des victimes et promotion de la culture des droits de l'homme. Donc ces 3 P, ou cette plateforme, ou cette équation de notre approche dans la mise en œuvre de l'institution, nous avons aussi également de faire autour de nous un nombre important des ONG, différentes ONG. Des ONG des droits de l'homme, des femmes, des enfants, des migrants, des réfugiés, etc. Donc, à partir de 2018, nous avions cette approche. Et puis, le Parlement nous a confié le mandat de trois mécanismes internationaux. Le mécanisme national de prévention de la torture, basé sur l'expertise de cette institution en matière de visite des établissements pénitentiaires. Le deuxième mécanisme, c'est le mécanisme de la protection des personnes en situation de handicap. Le troisième, c'est le mécanisme de recours pour des violations, recours des enfants pour les violations de l'autre. Donc, ces institutions, aussi bien dans la protection de mécanismes internationaux, mais également de l'espace public, national et international. L'autre élément, c'est que à partir de 2012, comme a dit notre directeur exécutif, M. Guibet, c'est que nous avions 12 représentations sur le territoire marocain. Et chaque CRDH a l'autonomie aussi d'agir selon le mandat entier du CRDH. Elle a le mandat de protection, elle a le mandat de promotion, n'a pas le mandat de prévention parce qu'il y a le mécanisme de prévention de la torture, mais ils sont impliqués dans certaines visites, dans ce qu'on appelle les visiteurs qui renforcent l'équipe du NLP. L'équipe de NLP est élue de l'Assemblée générale, comme les autres mécanismes. L'autre élément aussi nouveau, c'est dans la transparence de la gouvernance financière et administrative. Le budget est attribué par l'État marocain dans une règle très claire, c'est le budget attribué au Conseil national de banque. Quand vous lisez la loi des finances, il y a le budget marocain, il y a le budget des syndicats, qui est discuté et adopté par le Parlement. Mais évidemment, la présidente du Conseil ne se présente pas au Parlement pour présenter le budget. Parce que la Cour constitutionnelle a jugé que c'était important à ce que cette institution soit protégée pour son indépendance. Donc, il ne peut pas être soumis à des débats politiques de l'opposition, de la majorité, dans une question des droits de l'homme. Donc, pour nous, on a jugé que c'était important à ce que cette indépendance soit aussi assurée par cette décision de la Cour constitutionnelle marocaine. Donc, c'est le ministre de la Justice qui présente tous les documents nécessaires. Il y a la plateforme digitale qui comprend tous nos dépenses, nos budgets, etc. On est aussi soumis à l'audit de la Cour des comptes. Donc, c'est aussi, elle présente des rapports. Donc, à partir de là, cette institution devient une force de mobilisation, une force de résilience, une force aussi de proposition. La deuxième des choses, le quatrième point, c'est que cette institution, dans cette opérationnalisation de l'indépendance, elle est aussi appelée à présenter, soit d'une manière, à présenter des avis consultatifs, ce qu'on appelle des avis consultatifs, soit à la demande du gouvernement, soit à la demande du Parlement, concernant des lois qui sont en relation avec les droits. Donc, le dernier avis qu'on a présenté à la demande du Parlement marocain, de la première chambre, c'est sur la procédure pénale, le code de la procédure pénale. Donc, on a présenté cet avis pour la première chambre. Et j'étais personnellement pour présenter, parce que ça c'est important pour nous. Donc on a été dans la commission législative et des droits de l'homme, pour laquelle on a présenté, on a défendu notre vision. La deuxième, c'est que aussi nous sommes dans ce processus, je dirais, d'indépendance, mais aussi nous ne sommes pas indépendants en l'air. Nous voulons aussi établir des conventions et des actions communes. Et là, nous avons un mémorandum avec le Parlement marocain pour la mise en œuvre des recommandations, pour, par exemple, des lois qui sont en cours de discussion, ou des sujets qui sont, je dirais, des sujets d'actualité, de débat importants sur la question des droits de l'homme au Maroc, quand il y a des débats à l'intérieur du Parlement. Le Conseil national des droits de l'homme apporte sa vision, apporte sa réflexion. L'autre élément, c'est que à partir de là, il y a, je peux partager avec vous, le contexte marocain ou le Maroc a mis en place une approche de ces réformes, pour ces réformes structurelles, des grandes réformes, on pourrait appeler les grandes réformes ou des réformes structurelles. Celui par exemple de la Constitution, celui du modèle de développement, celui le dernier le code de la famille, l'amendement du code de la famille, ou autre. Donc, cette approche, il se distingue par trois éléments. Le premier, c'est que fédérer et impliquer tous les acteurs. Le 3, c'est à partir de l'implication de ces quel est le consensus à mettre en place. Ce n'est pas des compromis, ce sont des consensus de différents acteurs, aussi bien de la société civile, institutionnelle, non institutionnelle, etc., de mettre en place des réformes, des dispositions. Comment ils voient la réforme du code de la famille, comment ils voient la réforme de l'amendement de du code pénal, comment ils voient la réforme du code de procédure pénale, etc. Donc, cette approche et méthode est installée au sein de l'association africaine pour entamer des réformes, pour consolider un processus entamé depuis plus de 25 ans maintenant. L'autre élément que je voulais partager avec vous, c'est la question de partenariat. Comme on vient de dire, il y a un processus de concertation. Donc, ce processus de la réparation, nous avons, ouais, oh. Nous avons pu mettre en place des conventions avec les responsables de l'application de la loi. Les responsables de l'application de la loi, c'est aussi bien la Direction générale de la sécurité nationale, c'est aussi bien la gendarmerie, c'est aussi bien les forces civiles. Donc, toutes ces personnes qui sont appliquées dans la loi quotidiennement sur le terrain, nous avons des conventions. Premièrement, pour le renforcement de leur capacité. Le dernier s'est passé au mois de mars et le mois de février. Le prochain, ce sera au mois de juin avec la gendarmerie territoriale et avec les forces auxiliaires aussi, surtout concernant la gestion des manifestations ou la gestion des frontières concernant les personnes en mouvement. Donc, si je me permets de conclure, il s'agit pour nous aussi, en tant que CNDH du Maroc, de construire une Afrique où les CNDH sont des acteurs actifs du changement institutionnel et social. Nous souhaitons voir les CNDH évoluer en partenaire avec les différents acteurs ou les responsables de l'application de la loi pour leur pays. Les INDH, que je l'ai dit en Maroc également, les INDH, ce sont des institutions de l'État, financées par les États. Leur mission, c'est d'interpeller les États pour les violations de droits de l'homme. C'est de proposer et de recommander pour que des réformes soient mises en place. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente du Conseil des droits de l'homme du Maroc pour le partage de ces expériences très riches et surtout on a retenu les mécanismes prévus, les trois mécanismes de protection, l'autre qui concerne la protection des personnes handicapées et de recours, ainsi que le rôle du CNDH dans la justice réparatrice. Et nous avons aussi retenu l'existence des 12 bureaux régionaux et aussi deux points importants que j'ai relevés qui peuvent constituer de leurs pratiques très inspirantes. La transparence dans la gouvernance administrative et aussi le processus d'adoption du budget qui je pense, a été relevé par M. Gilbert dans ses recommandations. Merci beaucoup. Je passe au prochain ou la prochaine intervenante. I would like to now to give the floor to call for Mrs. Mrs. Shikondi Shijoji, chairperson of Mala Human Rights Commission, to give us her perspective and recommendation regarding the presentation made. And I'd like to beg there for comply for the time. Within 5 minutes, please. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Shikondi Chijeru, chairperson of the Malawi Human Rights Commission. My contribution has been made easy because of the previous speakers who have spoken to the experiences of NHRIs, and I think our experiences are the same in terms of the challenges and also some of the good practices that we've learned from each other through interactions. Allow me just to briefly share with you what has been my experience being with the Malawi Human Rights Commission. I joined the Malawi Human Rights Commission in 2020, and I became chairperson 2 years ago. And I always thought the story of when I was going through my interviews as a commissioner for the Malawi Human Rights Commission. And I remember one question that I was asked was, do you think the Malawi Human Rights Commission is living up to its mandate? And at that time, I had looked at the Constitution as to the mandate of the Malawi Human Rights Commission, as well as also the Malawi Human Rights Commission Act. And I felt that the Malawi Human Rights Commission has a broader mandate in protecting and promoting human rights. And also the constituting legislation, the Human Rights Commission Act itself also gives detailed mandate of the commission. But then when I looked back as to my experience knowing the commission from outside and what it has as a mandate, I thought that the commission had not done enough. Because at the time that I was doing my interviews, I had just done an investigation on police extrajudicial killings, where we had received over 40 complaints of people that had been killed by the police. These were ex-inmates, so they would report by the police, tell the that they ended at the police and then they'll take them in the night and shoot them. So one person survived the shooting at the hospital was taken at the mortuary, and it was at the mortuary where they discovered that he was still breathing. And he was one of the people that shared his story with us as to what was happening. So out of the 40 people, only one person had gone to complain to the Malawi Human Rights Commission, and the case had taken 4 years before it could hear anything back from the commission. So when they asked me whether the commission was living up to its mandate during the interview, I said no, because I was like, how come it's an institution with so much power, only one person is able to report to that institution and not get anything for 4 years. So that's where I was coming from. And when I was joining the commission, I felt, because I've been working in civil society for 13 years, and I felt that it was the platform, looking at the mandate of the commission, to do better, even more things in terms of advancement of human rights. But then when I got into the institution, I realized that there are inherent limitations that are with NHRI. And the biggest challenge with our NHRI, including Malawi, is the fact that we do not have any enforcement powers of the recommendations that we make, except a few NHRIs who are able to enforce their recommendations. And that creates a huge challenge for NHRIs because the recommendations that we make are dependent on individuals, their political will to take action on the issues that the Commission implements. And it's something that I'm very passionate about in terms of looking at how can we make NHRIs better. Because when you look at the constitution of Malawi and other NHRIs, the mandate of protection of human rights within the constitutions and the legislative framework is to say we shall protect, promote human rights. And for those that are lawyers know that the use of the word shall is mandatory on any duty there. So in respect to the requirement of the law, you find that the powers that are there in terms of executing the obligation under the Constitution is quite limited. So much that my experience in the Commission has been that the compliance with recommendations of the Commission are not as you would want them to be because of the limitations within the legal framework. I've got only 1 minute, so I will speak on what have we done despite the challenges. What are the good practices that we've implemented to ensure that we still discharge our mandate? The previous speaker has spoken about collaboration, which has been a great tool for us, working with the media, civil society, to reach out in areas that the Commission cannot reach out, but also to the media to bring out issues that probably people wouldn't have known about, and also we have used the tool of public inquiries, especially on issues of sexual harassment in government institutions. We have conducted public inquiries where institutions, because of fear of uh, bad reputation of institutions, have been able to comply with the recommendations made by the Right Conduct Commission. But also, we have made submissions on legislation. Recently, I was before Parliament to contribute on the new prison bill, which was adopted about 3 weeks ago. And lastly, we have also taken advantage of the credibility of our reports, because the reports that we have issued in investigation, institutions, lawyers have relied on in court to advance their cases, which has contributed to promotion and protection of human rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Shikondi, Chairperson of Malawi Human Rights Commission, for sharing your experience within the Commission, the Malawi Human Rights Commission. You highlight challenges along which you have the limitation of legal framework, but beside the challenge, you have been able to make some achievement. Thanks for sharing this achievement. Thanks so much. Our next panelist is Mr. Berhanu Adelo Gebre Mariam, Chief Commissioner, Ethiopia Human Rights Commission. You have the floor. You'll be presented, right? Okay.
Sorry, my name is Rakev. I'm actually the Deputy Chief Commissioner for Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Mr. Burhanu, the Chief Commissioner, had to travel. He's going to Banjul to attend the African Commission session because Ethiopian country reporting is being considered as of tomorrow. So he apologized, but I will be presenting the process that the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission has gone through to get to the A accreditation. So, I think we have a presentation. Yes, so just to give you a bit of a background, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission is established as per the Constitution of Ethiopia in 2000, but it took 5 years for the institution to get operationalized. However, prior to until 2015, it was not really independent and effective to get to the A accreditation. In terms of independence, because the institution was not independent and effective due to the limited capacity, but also operation in terms of investigating human rights violation on the ground and failure to report on repressive laws. And in terms of staffing, staff turnover was very high because of the very low salary and benefit package, but also monitoring of detention places. The legislation, the establishment legislation did not have an explicit mandate to monitor places of detention, particularly unannounced visits. In terms of accessibility, the offices were not really accessible for persons with disability and older persons, and there were gaps in assessment recommendation implementation. It fell to, for instance, implement the recommendation of 2011 capacity assessment that was conducted. So in 2013, when it applied for the accreditation to the Nanhri subcommittee, it only got this status for failure to address problematic laws and for not responding to alleged human rights concern within a reasonable time, and its limited monitoring of detention cases and absence of recent annual reports. So in 2018, as some of you know, we had a political reform, which actually opened a door, a very good opportunity, because the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission was one of the institutions that was identified by the government itself for a major reform. So July 2019, the Parliament appointed a new chief commissioner with ample experience both locally but also externally with organizations like the Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, for the chief commissioner to reform the institution into an independent and effective NHRI. And to start the reform, we conducted evidence-based reform, which was an institutional capacity assessment conducted in collaboration with Nanhri, but also with the Danish Institute for Human Rights, which supported the reform process. And key results of this assessment was initially the assessment identified 18 improvement areas, and we developed a strategic plan that addresses all the 18 improvement areas. And according to the strategic plan, we reformed the Human Rights Education Department to make sure that the trainings and the human rights education activities do not only address knowledge gaps with the duty bearers, but also acquisition of skills and behavioral change. We also enhanced our monitoring and investigation mandates, and we selected key priority areas such as women and children, disability and older persons, internally displaced persons, IDPs, refugees, migrants, civil and political rights, we focus on civic and media space, and socio-economic rights as well. And then we also reform and enhance our communication engagements, both on conventional but also social media. Our RCT to make sure that all information and data that we receive are actually stored in a very secure manner, and our partnership both at the national, regional, and international level. And we make sure that all the institutional reform are actually sustainable. And some of the key reform measures included the amendment of our establishment legislation to ensure a broader mandate, as well as operational but also financial autonomy. Yes, we get budget from the government, but our legislation also allows us to mobilize resources from different sources to make sure that we're not manipulated, our activities and plan of action is not influenced or manipulated by the government. The amended establishment legislation also provides for a transparent and participatory appointment of commissioners. The first appointment of commissioners was in June 2021, in which I was also part as Deputy Chief Commissioner. And as part of the amendment, commissioners are not allowed to be members of any political organization to be nominated but also appointed. Organizational structural development included a revision of the Commission's organizational design, but also salary and compensation package to make sure that we can hire and maintain a highly qualified and competent staff human resource. And also we have an independent staff hiring and management system to make sure that we recruit qualified but also merit-based staffing. Infrastructure-wise, we revised, we upgraded all our offices. We have the head office in Addis, and hopefully some of you will visit our head office tomorrow as well. But we also have offices in 8 regions of the country that are all disability friendly, but also friendly to older persons to make sure that it's accessible for public transport. Digital security as well, to ensure that all data are safe and secure. We also have electronic case management system that allow us to track complaints, individual complaints that we receive, to make sure that we provide the service within a reasonable period of time. Financial wise, we have a basket fund in which 4 to 5 donors chip in that support our strategic plan. Just as Mr. Sidiogos mentioned, we do not allow our donors to earmark their funding. They support our strategic plan as a whole, our plan of action on a daily basis. and we diversified our source of funding from 2 sources to 20 sources currently. And we have also, during the last 5 years, we diversified our thematic expertise, transitional justice being a very recent one, but also engaging in business and human rights, supporting the government to develop the national plan of action, but also engaging in digital rights as well. So, functional capacity, we enhanced our monitoring and investigation capacity, even using digital investigation, because as you know, some part of Ethiopia is in conflict, and because we cannot access some of the areas, we have enhanced our capacity in digital investigation. We engage and conduct national inquiries, human rights early warning initiative, and we have even engaged with Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, conducting joint investigation during the conflict in the north, being one of the modern initiatives in the whole world. We are also de facto national prevention mechanism because we do monitoring and work in prevention of torture. We have an MOU, for instance, with the Ministry of Education to mainstream human rights education in primary and secondary school. And we are also piloting mobile units to make sure that our services is accessible in all the remote and hard to reach areas of the country. Stakeholder engagements, we have enhanced our engagement with Nanhri, but also Gandhi. We engage on a regular basis with African Coalition on Human and People's Rights, to which we also have an affiliate status. We engage regularly with African Committee of Experts on the rights and welfare of the child. One of our commissioners is a member of the working group, which is mobilizing and advocating for the International Convention on Older Persons. So engagement at different levels, but also at national level where we have established a collaboration platform with civil society organization where more than 80 organizations are members, and we develop common joint initiative with civil society organization on different issues of interest. And in terms of responding to the conflict situation, we have adopted, as I mentioned earlier on, a dynamic investigation modality to engage and identify, document human rights violation in conflict and insecure situation. So, as a result of all this, partly of all this reform, in 2021, we have applied for the accreditation process, and we now have the A status, which we really intend to maintain with all the institutional reform and sustainability initiative that we have put in place. So our next accreditation process will be next year, but definitely with all the work that we have done, we intend to have the A status renewed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chief Commissioner, for the overview provided on the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and also the efforts led by Ethiopian Human Rights Commission in engaging into evidence-based reform, and also the effort made to move from Gandhi accreditation status A to B to A. Many reforms have been made and also strategic plan developed to address improved area, and also communication and digital. So thanks so much for, and also there's monitoring and also human rights education in school. Thanks so much for sharing this experience with us. So our last, I think, speaker, panelist is Mrs. Mercy Nabi, Deputy Commissioner, Commission of Human Rights and Administrative Justice of Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to be permitted to
align with the existing protocols that has already been established. As that you mentioned, my name is Mercedes, Deputy Commissioner for Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Ghana. The commission, as I've already been stated, it's a creature of the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, and established by an Act of Parliament, which is 1993 Act. So the commission was established in 1993, so we are about 22 years now. The Constitution gave the clear mandate of the commission, and the mandate that has been stated in the Constitution are somehow clear and effective. So the effectiveness of the commission stands on the mandate, the law, the legislation of the legal framework of the commission. When you look at the legal framework, it gives the commission independence and it states that the commission is independent from any person. So even though the commissioner and the two deputies, that's the structure of the commission, we have the commissioner and two deputies are appointed by the president. All the staff are appointed by the commission themselves. And currently, we have 18 regional offices and 182 district offices. Our staff strength stands around 1,080 now. With that clear mandate in the Constitution, that states that the commission appoints or recruits their own staff, give us some kind of independence. But aside the commissioners, that's the commission and then the two deputies, all the staff are appointed by the commission themselves, and no hands comes in the recruitment of staff. Again, one of the mandates or one of the legal provisions that gives the commission effectiveness is the power to question anybody. We have power to question anybody in respect of a matter before us. We have power to subpoena any person or any document in respect of a matter before us. I remember when we were investigating one case, we subpoenaed about 80 documents from different institutions. So we have that power. It doesn't matter whether you are related to the case that before us. And if we issue the subpoena and we don't comply with it, we have power to cite for contempt. So we go to court to cite for contempt. And that power is giving us the mandate to be effective because the people are aware that if we invite you and you don't come, we can cite you for contempt. That's another. The next one, I think, in the law is the enforcement of our decisions. We have power to enforce our decisions in court. The law states that if we declare a decision, if you don't comply within 3 months, we have to go to court to enforce our decision. And the courts are not allowed to reopen or re-litigate the matter. They only work on issues of biases or where we have not given the person hearing. That's the only way the court comes in our decisions. Another clear mandate in the Constitution or the Church Act that gives us the effectiveness as we are is to have offices across the country. So currently, even though we have this number of offices, we've not been able to cover all the administrative districts. Ghana, we have 261 administrative districts and then 16 regional offices. For the regional offices, we have been able to cover, but the administrative districts, which is 261, we are currently in 182. So we've not been able to cover. We are trying to see if we can be able to cover all the administrative districts. The commission is a unique institution because the Constitution gives us three main mandates. We are a national human rights institution, we are an ombudsman and an anti-corruption institution. So, with these three main mandates, the country sees us as one of the credible institutions because it's not under any political party, it is not under any ministry, it is not under any person, we only report to parliament. So all our reports goes to parliament, we don't report to anybody. And we also have power to publish our investigation reports. So whenever we conduct an investigation, we publish the reports to the public, and the public and the media discuss the reports, and it helps us to build the credibility as we want to be. In terms of institutional structure, the as I said, the commissioner and the two deputy commissioners are in charge of affairs of the commission. The constitution states that when the commissioner is not there, the president has to authorize the deputy commissioner to act until a substantive commissioner is appointed. So there is no vacuum created when the commissioner is not there. The deputy commissioner acts until a substantive commissioner is appointed. So that also gives the commission some kind of effectiveness that we don't have a vacuum, we don't wait for a commissioner to be appointed before you can go ahead to do your work. Again, the commissioners don't have term of office. It is security of tenure. So when we appoint you, you retire. The commissioner retires at the age of 70, and the deputy commissioners retire at the age of 65. So with this security of tenure, you don't have the mind of submitting to any government to renew your appointment or wherever. So that also gives us the effectiveness or the able to investigate, to do our work. We have investigated successful presidents and issued our report. We've investigated presidents, ministers. Last 2 years, and a complaint that we received about 225 courts of appeal, high court and supreme court judges came to ask for us to investigate them, and we conducted the investigation on all these complaints that we received. And after that, we issue our reports, as I've already stated. The security of tenure of the commissioners, as I've stated, is one of the issues that we also look at, that the commissioner is equivalent to court of appeal judge, and then the deputy commissioner is also equivalent to high court judge, and they enjoy the same conditions of service. So that is the security of tenure of the commissioners. The administrative, administrative things, positions that we have put in place, it's that we have 10 departments, 10 administrative departments to highlight or help in our administration issues. I've talked about the staff strength. The investigation procedure that we adopt a lot of investigation procedure. We conduct, we do immigration, we do full hearing, panel hearing, we conduct all our investigations, we have different procedures that we do. We have strong collaboration with UN agencies, African Union, and then the NGOs. We have an NGO forum that we operate, and we meet them quarterly to look at the operations and the things that concern human rights issues. In terms of our weaknesses or challenges, I think Gilbert highlighted some of them. The key one is funding. As I've said, the government sees us as one institution, but we are three institutions in one. So when they are giving us the resources, they see us as one. So mostly we have operational issues in terms of funding. And then in terms of human rights, the courts, the Supreme Court in Ghana interpreted our law to say that we need identifiable complainants to be able to handle complaints. So for us to be able to handle human rights complaints, we need an identifiable complainant. And these are some of the things that we are in the process of amending the Shrine Act to take away that identifiable complainant. So if the human rights issue is happening somewhere and you have not received a complaint, actually you behave as if you've not seen it. Again, as I've said, the issue of the courts not reopening or relitigating our decisions is somehow a challenge. You go to court and sometimes the court wants to reopen or relitigate the case that we have already investigated. Another challenge that we have is high attrition of lawyers. Currently we have about 59 lawyers as staff. But because of the condition of service, they normally leave the commission to especially to the judiciary to become judges. And every year we see judge lawyers moving to the judiciary. The last one I will talk about is the achievement for last year, that is 2024, we were able to investigate over 8,000 human rights complaints. And this is because we are accessible to the people. Our offices are close to the people, and then they come to the office to lodge a complaint because we are accessible to the people. With this, my time is up, and I'll end here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Madam Deputy Commissioner, for sharing the experience from Ghana. I noticed that your commission is powerful and effective, and this power and effectiveness comes from the mandate, the mandate given by the Constitution. So a strong legal framework. When a commission play a role as the NHRI and Ombudsman and Anti-Corruption Agency, this is a strong commission. So thanks for sharing, and also I note that the investigation report is published. So beside all this, you have challenges that you have highlighted, and we noticed also that you have 18 regional offices. So thanks so much for, we have time constraints. At this stage, I'd like to thank all the presenter, the panelists, and give now the chance for the participants to ask questions. So the floor is open. Which one? Where? Yeah, which NHRI? Burkina Faso. So,
Oui, merci. Je peux aller ou bien si vous prenez ici.
pour le moment, c'est le Burkina Faso qui a demandé la parole. Donc, je vais aller.
Ok,
Ah, il y a
merci.
Sénégal aussi, donc Burkina suivi par Sénégal.
Oui, merci bien pour toute cette présentation. Comme on n'a plus pas de temps, je vais faire l'économie des remerciements. Voilà. Et j'ai trois préoccupations. Et je reviens sur la constitutionnalisation des INDH. Le risque qu'il y a, parce que nous avons vu l'expérience du Niger. Et je vois qu'à chaque fois qu'on parle de bonnes pratiques en termes de cadre juridique, on revient là-dessus. Parce que nous, on se dit, si on existe, on a échappé belle parce que et la commission est prise par une loi et qu'elle n'est pas constitutionnalisée. Donc, j'aimerais encore qu'on revienne là-dessus. Et pour le représentant, l'intervenant de l'UA, correct. Vous avez terminé par une conclusion qui, en tout cas, elle est problématique pour moi. Parce que, vu le contexte dans lequel mon pays est, que c'est ce langage-là qu'on utilise pour mettre tout ce qu'il y a comme idée préconçue autour de la question des droits humains, vous concluez. En tout cas, c'est pertinent, on le sait. Entre nous, Africains, on peut le dire. Maintenant, est-ce que face à nos autorités, si on va tenir ce langage comme quoi les droits humains sont utilisés pour asservir les pays en voie de développement, est-ce qu'on pourra travailler? Parce que moi, c'est ce langage qu'on utilise pour traiter tous les droits de l'homme ici, les défenseurs de droits, l'institution, la commission comme étant une commission apatride, une commission qui travaille pour l'impérialisme, qui veut perturber le pays dans son objectif de souveraineté. Et si nous-mêmes, on tient ce langage, on devient quoi entre les mains des autorités qui manipulent maintenant la masse avec ces genres d'idées? On devient quoi? Problématique que je pose. Et enfin, pour les 4 pays qui ont exposé vraiment des bonnes pratiques, de belles pratiques, et chacun des pays ont évoqué la question des enquêtes, des investigations. Et je pose une difficulté ici, et qu'on verra. Et merci à la dernière intervenante qui a fait ressortir le fait qu'au niveau de la justice même, ils veulent que le plaignant soit identifié. En fait, nous travaillons dans un contexte de ne pas nuire. Et quand on prend la question des investigations, moi, à mon niveau, c'est très problématique en ce que les financements même, par exemple, si l'État doit financer, et là, si on doit utiliser le budget que l'État donne à la Commission nationale des droits humains pour mener les enquêtes, on ne pourra jamais mener les enquêtes, vu le fait même qu'il y a des zones inaccessibles. Et nous avons une approche de faire venir les témoins dans les zones où vraiment ils sont en sécurité. Et également de protéger ces sources-là. Et dans le cadre de la protection des sources, et pour la redevabilité financière, la gestion transparente, nous avons des processus de rapports financiers qui nous demandent, par rapport à la justification de certaines dépenses, de dire l'activité, par exemple, si vous déplacez quelqu'un et que vous devez loger la personne et le prendre en charge, vous devez clairement dire pourquoi vous l'avez déplacé et décliner l'objectif. Et la personne doit venir avec un ordre de mission et de l'autorité de sa localité. Est-ce que quelqu'un qui vient pour témoigner une source au niveau de la CNDH va aller se déclarer au niveau d'une préfecture pour dire je vais pour témoigner pour tel fait, telle violation, où on sait que c'est l'État qui est derrière ça. Donc, on expose l'individu. Donc, du coup, c'est avec le financement des partenaires étrangers, en tout cas des autres financements que les financements de l'État. Et du coup, quand vous sortez également une enquête et des investigations, des financements extérieurs, on vous dit, voilà, vous êtes en train d'être manipulé. Voilà. Parce que l'argent, ce n'est pas l'argent du pays. Donc, on se retrouve dans une situation difficile d'ouvrir des enquêtes judiciaires avec les données de nos investigations. Grande question. On fait comment? C'est un cadre, je pose des difficultés. Peut-être dans la discussion, on pourra regarder. Merci.
Merci, madame. Est-ce qu'on va prendre les autres questions? Il y a le Sénégal, la Libye et Mozambique. On peut comme ça, je pense, on donne la parole. Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais présenter mes salutations chaleureuses aux autorités éthiopiennes, à madame la présidente de Gambie, madame Amina Koyash, à Monsieur le Président de l'URINAD et à l'ensemble des collègues ici présents. Je voudrais juste faire part d'une bonne pratique, à mon sens, et poser une question. La bonne pratique, le Sénégal, M. Gilbert l'a dit tout à l'heure, est le premier pays africain à avoir eu une institution nationale des droits de l'homme, qui avait très bien évolué jusqu'en 2012. Négligée, eh bien, nous sommes tombés au statut B. Alors, aujourd'hui, la volonté farouche de l'État du Sénégal, c'est de retourner au statut A. En tant que présidente de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme, je me bats pour ça. Alors, pourquoi je parle de bonne pratique? C'est parce que nous avons eu une loi dernièrement, au mois de septembre, qui apporte des réformes qui permettent à notre INDH de se plier aux principes de Paris. Moi, j'ai été nommée en fin juin par le président de la République. C'était un décret. Mais tout de suite après, j'ai fait en sorte que la loi soit votée et dans les articles de la loi, il était précisé que le président devait dorénavant passer par appel à candidature. Et du coup, mon poste a été mis sur la table. Eh bien, une campagne a été faite pour dire qu'il y a appel à candidature. Et j'étais devenue simple, évidemment, j'étais active, mais je devais compétir avec plus de 20 candidates. Heureusement, ayant une longue pratique des droits humains, j'ai été confirmée à mon poste. Mais c'est pour dire que l'appel à candidature, ça donne beaucoup plus d'indépendance. Et moi-même, je me sens beaucoup plus à l'aise parce que j'ai compétit. Voilà. Le second point, c'est une interrogation qui me taraude l'esprit depuis que je suis à la tête de la commission. La question que je me pose est celle qui est relative à la position protocolaire de nos institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Certaines institutions nationales des droits de l'homme ont un caractère constitutionnel, inscrit dans la Constitution, ce que je trouve tout à fait normal. Parce que vous voyez, dans nos constitutions, les préambules parlent des instruments juridiques de droits humains. Ce n'est qu'après que l'on parle des postes, que l'on parle des positions, des institutions de la présidence de la République, de l'Assemblée nationale, de la justice, etc., etc. Mais alors, nos institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, qui sont des autorités administratives indépendantes, quelle est leur position? Ou du moins, quelle doit être leur position? Et c'est d'autant plus compliqué que dans certains pays, il y a en plus de l'INDH une médiature avec un rôle, une mission limitée. Les INDH, je ne fais que rappeler, ont une compétence générale, prévention, protection, promotion. Alors, est-ce que le RIMAD, c'est ce que je demande, et je le demande aussi à la Nanhri, ne pourrait pas inscrire dans les programmes de réflexion cette réflexion autour de la position protocolaire des INDH. Voilà ce que je voulais dire. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. la Commission droits de l'homme du Sénégal pour le partage de votre expérience et surtout pour les recommandations fortes proposées. Je vais maintenant donner la parole à Nanhri.
Thank you. I wish to podcast speaking out of it, but he's still waiting. He's providing for interpretation. Let me to extend my thanks to and gratitude to the presenters for your insightful distribution. Mine just to for the decision that Libya in 2011 established a council for deliberations and human rights to safeguard the human rights, promote human rights in Libya. The council for local liberation and human rights rated as independent industry is engaged with ensuring human rights conditions, advising government bodies and the collaboration with the international organizations to align with the human rights opportunities for the Senate. In this way, the Council has engaged in partnership with many internal and international and continental, such as the Memorandum of Understanding for just promoting the human rights in many countries. I just have a small maybe question for the presenters. I think for the human rights body inside each country, they face problems. There's contradiction between the whole this organs and the civil society because the issue of funding civil society try to provide a vision that contradicts with the reality of human rights in each country. So I think during this uh, uh, session or the conversations, it's important to address this challenge. How does institutes defend the country, fight for human rights against the society, which usually they would fund from external country? Thank you.
Thank you, Libya. Mozambique. Thank you. My name is Ismail from Mozambique. I'm actually vice president. Uh, First, I would like to say thanks to African Union for this important event and all organization who was in front of this important meeting. Secondly, I would like to also express my happiness about the experience of Morocco. I was very uh, expect when I was listening and understanding and also learning some important phases that Morocco took place. Now I would like to ask, just to understand Morocco. I hear that Morocco have 12 regions uh, in terms of cover the country in human rights defense. I would like to understand how was the story of open these 12 branches, regions, how long took place, how long time, because in Mozambique we still have only one in branch in capital, and now we plan to open our second in north of Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado, because we face that problem of insurgents. That's why we think that we will be more close to the displaced, internal displaced people there, not. But we still face difficult to open this our first branch out of the capital. That's why I would like to learn, understand more about the experience of Morocco, about opening this 12 to cover all the country. Thank you. Thank you, Mozambique. Sierra Leone, followed by Nigeria. Sierra Leone.
Good morning. I am Patricia Nasu Danema, the chair of the Human Rights Commission ceremony. My question and comment is actually around the presentation made by the Commissioner for Malawi, and it looks around the enforcement parts. So I'd like to know, noting that people access the services of the Commission to seek redress, and then based on the examples you gave, I'd like to know how did you, at the end of the day, help them to get the justice they were seeking? I'm asking the question because in the Commissions Act, we also have the powers to do regulations. So we have what we call the Complaints, Investigations and Inquiry Rules of 2008, which gives us the power to conduct public inquiry on systemic human rights violations. So we did that approximately in 2022 on the conduct of law enforcement officials. So when we came out with the report, first of all, during the sessions, we had the active participation of the military. But when it came to the Sierra Leone police, they actually attended the sessions. But I'm sorry to say they were actually lackadaisical in their responses, as if they were not interested. So we came out with the reports. When we came out with the reports, for the recommendations, we expected to get into the commission within a period of 21 days. The military did that, and they said they would implement recommendations based on availability of funds from the Ministry of Finance. Because we did not get any response from the Sierra Leone police, we actually made a physical visit to the Inspector General. So we went, and then when the question was posed about the implementation of recommendations profiled in the report, the response it categorically gave was that the Commission wants to open a Pandora's box, meaning that the issues raised during the inquiry have already been addressed at their own level within their own redress mechanisms. So they will not be able to look at those recommendations again. So I'd like to ask, again, from her own experience, what did they do to make sure these people get redress? And one step we have taken as a commission is to have a review of the Commissions Act, which we are currently doing. We've engaged Parliament and also that of the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice to see how the enforcement powers within the Commission could be further strengthened to help us give justice to people who are forward complaints to the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra Leone, Algeria, followed by Liberia and the DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, honorables représentants des différentes institutions des droits de l'homme, mesdames et messieurs. Je représente aujourd'hui le Conseil national des droits de l'homme algérien. J'aimerais faire très bref, vu que le temps qui nous est imparti est quand même assez court. J'aimerais soulever la question, je remercie tous les panélistes bien sûr, j'aimerais soulever une question et surtout une réflexion concernant la collaboration et l'interaction avec la société civile et les institutions des droits de l'homme. Donc, nous, toujours dans nos rapports et toujours dans nos laïus, nous abordons cette collaboration en matière de contribution et en matière aussi d'interaction. Mais j'aimerais, eu égard à la thématique de l'année et surtout à la thématique retenue aujourd'hui concernant ce dialogue politique, revenir sur les mécanismes de cette collaboration et de cette interaction. Si vous me permettez, j'aimerais peut-être faire présenter une petite expérience concernant le CNDH algérien qui compte parmi sa composition et qui est majoritaire des représentants de la société civile, qui aussi a une commission qui est dédiée à la société civile et une autre aussi qui est dédiée à la médiation, qui aussi vient tout récemment et actuellement, nous sommes en train de monter un réseau de femmes médiatrices pour la paix et la sécurité en collaboration avec le PNUD et le ministère des Affaires étrangères, la communauté algérienne à l'étranger et des affaires africaines. Donc, j'aimerais lancer, je suis issue de la société civile et universitaire. J'active au sein de ce conseil toujours en matière d'évaluation et de monitoring. À chaque fois, je lance cette réflexion. Donc, comment peut-on réfléchir par rapport à cette interaction, collaboration en matière de, bien sûr, d'alerte précoce et surtout en matière de renforcement des capacités de la société civile concernant la justice réparatrice. Si vous me permettez, je peux, à titre d'exemple, revenir sur certains indicateurs de collaboration et d'interaction, comme par exemple le nombre, bien sûr, de participation de la société civile, aussi le taux de mise en œuvre, à titre d'exemple, le nombre de formations et de sensibilisation, la fréquence également des consultations et la fréquence de la collaboration au sein des rapports. Donc, telle fut ma question et également ma réflexion, et j'aimerais avoir une réponse de la part des panélistes. Je vous remercie. Je suis.
Merci, Algérie. Nigeria.
Okay. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing with us their experience and challenges. I'm talking about Ghana. Our art always reflected out of Ghana because our community was established. We made after the Civil War, and we had our conference in Ghana, so our art is replicated. Except that Ghana has still art commission, and we call that way. The LFA and the commission on Ombudsman and the human rights. But he said, in the explanation, he said that the court has said that you don't take any action when you don't have a complaint. My question is what do you do by yourself? I mean, as a commission, you cannot sit and allow things going on without taking the action on your own. There are cases like the law. When you see a violation of law, we do not need a complaint. When you put the workers on duty, that means that's what they put for his own and then remove him. The next question I have is that we try to allow the parish principle, and they require all of new commissions to set down the 2 children. But you have to provide for age limit 65 and 70 for the commission. How do you allow that with the parish principle that now we're preparing a template in terms of evaluation? How are you able to find a situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ladema. République démocratique du Congo.
Merci. La tenue de ce forum est à féliciter. Je suis le président de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la République démocratique du Congo. En termes de contribution, peut-être pour des partages de bonnes pratiques, comme on le sait, la République démocratique du Congo est un pays vaste pour lequel la CNDH doit se déployer avec un grand nombre d'agents et cadres. Nous avons 26 bureaux de représentation de la CNDH sur l'ensemble de 26 provinces que nous avons, tout en tenant compte du fait que Kinshasa, c'est aussi une province. Ce que nous avons fait en termes de bonnes pratiques pour couvrir un territoire aussi vaste et où l'on sait qu'il y a un conflit armé qui date il y a 3 décennies et pour lequel on a parlé d'une explosion, nous le savons peut-être depuis le premier trimestre de cette année, depuis le mois de janvier, nous en sommes au 4e mois. Un conflit qui a endeuillé la population congolaise. Si on ne veut pas remonter aux infiltrations de pays étrangers, depuis 3 décennies, on parle de plusieurs millions de populations massacrés et 7 millions de personnes envoyées, forcées à l'exil. C'est une situation d'horreur où toutes sortes de violations graves des droits de l'homme sont commises, des crimes même. On ose déjà approcher vers certaines dénominations, qualifications de génocide. Et tous nous savons que le Rwanda n'a pas hésité d'envahir la RDC par l'Est en prenant deux provinces, le Nord et le Sud, Goma et Bukavu. Mais on ne reviendra pas là-dessus. Je voulais seulement démontrer que la CNDH-RDC a un travail immense à réaliser en termes de monitoring de toutes ces violations des droits de l'homme. Ce que nous avons fait, c'est compter sur une stratégie de synergie et de collaboration avec les membres de la société civile locale. Cette synergie paye. Quand nous sommes arrivés à la tête de la CNDH, nous avions trouvé qu'il y avait des problèmes de déploiement. Et pour être efficace, nous nous sommes dit on doit mettre en place une politique de collaboration, de travail en synergie avec les ONG locales pour identifier le problème qui se pose en termes de droits de l'homme et aussi pour trouver des solutions ensemble. Dès qu'il y a des propositions de solutions, nous voyons comment la CNDH peut intervenir avec ses moyens, avec son budget. Et si ce n'est pas possible, nous recourons aux partenaires techniques et financiers. Mais alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe en ce moment-là avec ce que nous vivons actuellement à l'est du pays? Nous nous demandons où est la solidarité entre les IMDH, les commissions nationales, parce que nous sommes interpellés par notre population pour dire mais où sont les IMDH, les ONG des droits de l'homme, la CNDH, où est Nanhri, où est Nanhri, etc. Mais lorsque il y a cette solidarité-là, ça pousse les acteurs de la CNDH et d'autres de la société civile d'agir davantage. Voilà pourquoi, aujourd'hui, par exemple, dans un conflit comme celui de la RDC, je ne sais pas si nos réseaux ont prévu une stratégie de solidarité et d'accompagnement de sa CNDH de la RDC. Parce que tout le monde en parle, on ne va pas se voiler la face. La situation des conflits de la RDC. Où sommes-nous? Merci aux IMDH, s'il vous plaît, c'est important. C'est une question qui nous sera posée au niveau de la SADC et au niveau des DAC par des institutions sœurs. Voilà, j'ai voulu soulever cela puisque c'est très important. Nous sommes interpellés. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Compte tenu des contraintes du temps, on va donner la parole aux intervenants. En premier, excellent, 1 minute pour répondre afin qu'on puisse aller pour la pause déjeuner. Il est déjà 14 heures. On a programmé d'avoir une deuxième session qui ne peut pas se tenir maintenant. Donc, je compte sur votre intelligence pour qu'on puisse donner la parole aux panélistes et présentateurs pour qu'ils puissent répondre en 1 minute chacun et afin qu'on puisse terminer cette session. Merci. Excellence, vous avez la parole. Je pense qu'il y a une question qui a été adressée à vous. Donc, représentant du corps. Merci.
Merci. Une minute, c'est un défi. Pour répondre à plusieurs questions, mais on va essayer. Voilà. Je vais répondre à la distinguée représentante du Burkina Faso. Je ne sais pas si elle est toujours dans la salle. Ah, d'accord. D'abord, je voudrais dire qu'avant de présenter cet élément, je dis j'enlève le costume de diplomate. Je le dis non pas comme diplomate. Parce que comme diplomate, nous avons un langage conventionnel, mais j'ai voulu aussi susciter ce débat, aller dans la franchise, aller dans la réalité des faits. Pourquoi? Parce que j'ai connu plusieurs casquettes. J'ai porté plusieurs casquettes. J'étais dans la société civile, il y avait une perception, une conviction de ce qu'est la problématique des droits de l'homme. J'étais un défenseur des droits de l'homme. J'ai été un fonctionnaire de l'ONU. J'ai fait des rapports sur des sujets de droits de l'homme. Et j'ai été un agent de l'État, nommé par décret, porte-parole du président et chef de la communication gouvernementale. Et maintenant, je suis un diplomate. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de dire que c'est un dialogue politique. Celui qui a mené le titre dialogue politique. Donc, quand on parle de dialogue politique, il faut qu'on comprenne que c'est un échange structuré entre acteurs politiques. Ça veut dire que tous ceux qui sont ici sont par essence des politiciens. Donc, on rêve, comme je l'ai dit, c'est un organe politique. Et les institutions des droits de l'homme, selon les présentations qui ont été faites par les uns et les autres, sont des organes politiques. Certains qui sont déterminés par la Constitution et d'autres qui sont mis en place autrement, mais qui sont financés par les gouvernements ou d'autres politiques. J'ai parlé de la politisation du Conseil des droits de l'homme parce que des fois, il y a une application sélective. Ça veut dire certaines puissances violent massivement les droits de l'homme, ne sont pas poursuivis. Il n'y a pas de déclaration. Le Conseil des droits de l'homme de l'ONU sautait. L'Union africaine sautait. Tandis que d'autres lèvent le petit doigt, il y a des déclarations partout. C'est sélectif. Donc ça devient une politisation. Instrumentalisation. Des fois, on instrumentalise même certains organes qui devraient promouvoir les droits de l'homme pour pourchasser certains pays, comme j'ai dit, en voie de développement ou qui sont faibles. Ou imposition des normes culturelles. Je pense que monsieur le secrétaire exécutif en a touché mot en disant, par exemple, quand on pousse pour l'homosexualité. Mon propre pays, à un certain moment, tous les donateurs ont coupé l'aide parce qu'il y avait dans la Constitution, dans le Code pénal, la pénalisation de l'homosexualité. Si vous n'enlevez pas cela, vous n'aurez plus un sou. Et voilà, donc on dit c'est le droit de l'homme. Je vais finir. Par un exemple. Ça vaut la peine que ce soit. En ma qualité de chef de la communication, je me souviens quand l'Union européenne poussait pour des résolutions contre le Burundi, à Genève, tous les pays africains votaient abstention. C'est un message. Ça veut dire que c'est poussé par l'Union européenne, mais les Africains ne sont pas d'accord, mais ils ne peuvent pas voter contre parce qu'ils vont être sanctionnés. Ils préfèrent voter abstention. Donc, cette politisation existe bel et bien dans les faits, et certains pays en souffrent. je ne sais pas ce qui se passe dans votre pays et je dois, bien entendu, féliciter les bonnes pratiques parce qu'il y a certains pays qui sont plus avancés que les autres, mais il y a aussi des cas comme le phénomène, ce qui s'est passé en 2015 au Burundi. J'étais au centre de l'affaire, il y a eu une politisation à outrance du concept des droits de l'homme parce qu'on voulait opérer un coup d'État, un changement de régime au Burundi qui a échoué, et ils ont poussé, utilisé les ONG, utilisé les médias, utilisé le Conseil des droits de l'homme, utilisé la Cour pénale de la Haye, etc., pour essayer de donner le Burundi à genoux. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais maintenant donner la parole à Madame la Présidente, Mme Abrèche, présidente du Conseil de règlement du Burundi.
Merci. C'était peut-être l'élection, mais je vais m'attarder sur l'interrogation de notre collègue Xavier, relative à l'expérience. Bien évidemment, c'est un processus je dirais c'est une opération d'installation d'une commission régionale dans chaque région de manière à ce qu'on appelle une approche de droits de l'homme de proximité. Donc de proximité, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut qu'il y ait une institution nationale, une représentation de l'institution nationale qui assurera aussi la protection des victimes et la promotion des droits. Donc ça, c'était dans ce cadre. La deuxième, c'est aussi, comme j'ai essayé peut-être de l'expliquer, c'est que c'est dans l'approche installée par l'État marocain d'avoir une approche inclusive dans la gestion des droits de l'homme, dans les réformes en matière de droits de l'homme, mais aussi dans l'élaboration des lois et même dans les constitutions. La deuxième, ces CRDH ont une structure administrative qui n'est pas très légère, composée de 5 personnes, une présidente qui représente la présidente du CNDH au niveau régional par rapport aux autorités de la région. Vous savez qu'au Maroc, il y a des régions qui ont leur autonomie et qui ont leur budget, qui élaborent leur plan de développement, etc. Donc, voilà, il représente la présidente du CNDH dans ce débat régional, aussi bien économique, social et parfois juridique. L'autre élément, ce sont des CRDH qui ont aussi leur assemblée générale. Leur assemblée générale, c'est constitué comme celle du CNDH, composée par de la société civile, par des personnes ressources, mais aussi par des membres qui sont, je dirais, ce qu'on appelle les corps élus, les syndicats, toutes les sortes de syndicats. Donc, et puis, l'autre élément le plus important, c'est que dans l'élaboration des avis consultatifs et des avis qui nous est demandé par le Parlement ou par le gouvernement, nous appuyons sur les rapports de ces CRDH de manière à apporter, à partager ce qui se passe dans le terrain et donc élaborer des recommandations concrètes, pragmatiques, opérationnelles en cas de réforme. L'autre élément, et je termine par ça, c'est que c'est aussi les commissions régionales constituent aussi une proximité de la dynamique régionale, mais surtout des zones différentes. Et donc les campagnes, par exemple, nous avons mis en place un certain nombre de campagnes de sensibilisation, de promotion dans le cadre de l'élaboration des avis ou des mémorandums pour le gouvernement. Et ces campagnes que nous avons organisées ont été bien évidemment très appuyées dans ce cadre de commission régionale, et surtout d'avoir les ONG en tant aussi que source d'informations qui nous permettent d'adresser, d'interpeller le gouvernement marocain ou les autorités concernées relatives aux allégations de violation de droits.
Merci, merci, Madame la Présidente. Some of the intervention are more reflection on the recommendation. I don't know if there is any. Yeah, okay.
Just quickly to reflect on the question by Burkina Faso on the private information of witnesses and testimony who come forward to testify. So this is a guideline we developed after we conducted the joint investigation with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights with the conflict in the north on all human rights violations, but also violation of humanitarian laws and human rights. So the do no harm principle applies, and this is based on international fact-finding missions to protect witnesses who come forward to testify. So we have their personal data in a very secure and safe place, and for any payment purpose, we do not provide their personal data. So two people from the office and at a higher level sign saying that this many people have been brought to another town to testify or to provide information. And this also applies whenever we have sessions with victims of human rights violation. Even though it's not for testimony, if we bring them for any kind of activity, we do not provide the personal data, but the personal data is saved somewhere safe. And even when we finalize our investigation reports, to make it public, and we require the Ministry of Justice to conduct a criminal investigation, we only provide the personal data of victims if the victims have consented for that. So if there is a specific consent form that they have to sign, so that if requested, we provide the personal data. Otherwise, we do not provide that kind of data. And previously, we have been even been audited and have been asked to provide that kind of information, and the institution will say we do not have a principle, do not allow us to provide that kind of information to whether it's the general auditor, the Ministry of Justice, whoever it is. But we have that data somewhere safe. If ever we need to engage them in different activities, we have that data. So this is based on international fact-finding mission guidelines that we have also domesticated to our work. And maybe to reflect on the partnership with civil society organization.
Maybe you give the chance for the other. Mr. Gilbert, read by Shikon.
Merci beaucoup, Issaka. Merci beaucoup, les MDH qui ont posé des questions. Concernant la Constitution, c'est la question posée par Madame c'est vrai, c'est dommage que l'IMDH Niger a été, si vous voulez, comment dirais-je, supprimé, parce qu'elle était en train de la Constitution. Peut-être que ça aurait été différent si elle était établie par la loi. Mais tout comme fait, la Constitution reste la loi suprême, tout État. Et il est difficile que l'exécutif amende ou change la Constitution. Ça demande beaucoup d'un processus long et laborieux, y compris les référendums constitutionnels. Pour le Sénégal, l'aspect protocolaire, c'est vrai, c'est une question de débat au niveau de Gambri, sous contrat d'interprétation. Parce qu'en fait, on veut que toutes les institutions constitutionnelles soient traitées au même pied d'égalité, que ce soit les avantages, que ce soit les rangs protocolaires, et aussi pour éviter le conflit d'intérêts. Il y a la question de la RDC qui a demandé, je ne sais pas pourquoi Mme Boyache n'a pas répondu à la question de solidarité. On est solidaire et les IADH se limitent à leur mandat national s'il y a des violations en RDC, on attend à ce que la Commission nationale fasse son travail d'investigation, documenter les violations. La solidarité ne peut venir que si vous voulez qu'on aide avec l'appui technique, par exemple, comment mener les investigations, comment faire un bon rapport, parce que le peuple aspire à ce qu'il y ait gestion de violations. Et c'est vrai que la SADC va vous demander, en tant que Commission nationale des droits de l'homme, qu'avez-vous fait? Qu'avez-vous fait? C'est ça, c'est que nous, en tant que réseau régional, en tant que réseau global, on attend aussi les institutions nationales parce que les mêmes violations peuvent aussi affecter le statut de l'institution. Si la Commission n'a rien fait, et nous on attend ce que la Commission des droits de l'homme puisse aussi nous produire des rapports documentés avec des preuves pour que les instances habilitées puissent agir.
Merci beaucoup, M. Dillon. Ms. Chikondi, 1 minute, please.
Thank you so much. I will respond to the question sincerely. I think you're inquiring as to how do we help the people that have complained to the Commission. As I said, the Commission has powers to investigate violations of human rights. So we did conduct investigations and made recommendations. In particular, to the issue that I referred to, we have made recommendations for criminal prosecution for those officers that were involved, but also compensation for the victims. But what I said is about the limitation that we only have powers to make recommendations. And beyond that, it's not up to us because if there's no action, there's nothing the Commission can do. So up to now, there's been no any criminal investigation despite the Commission recommending that. You know, into civil cases, but then the government hasn't paid for the compensation. So those are the challenges. I think if we had a situation like Ghana, I think we'd be able to enforce the recommendations.
Thank you so much. So, thanks for, I'd like to thank all the panelists. There is a request for floor. Ghana, you want to come in? You want? Okay, Ghana, 1 minute, and Rwanda is asking for floor. Rwanda. So now, okay, Ghana, let's give Rwanda want to respond. Rwanda. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, moderator. Rwanda was not ready to request the floor, but I just need to highlight the mandate of this forum, and where the national institution of human rights come to present false allegation to a member state here. Rwanda should not accept this one. You all know what happened in Eastern DRC. This is issue of pure DRC poor governance. This is not an allegation you have to bring here and bring us as a national institution of human rights. I just need to make to put in record on this one. If this should continue this way, member states should not tolerate this one. As I told you, I believe that everyone knows it happened in Eastern DRC, which is historically of marginalized Rwandan Fon community, particularly Tutsi, who are targeted by ethnic violence. Members of this community are systematically prosecuted, killed, lynched, and even burned alive. Those atrocities are carried out by FDR. This is a genocide group from Rwanda which committed genocide in 1994, genocide happened in Tutsi. And it is doing this in collaboration with the FRDC, the regular army of Congo. DRC, along with allies with ethnic militia using same ideology and cruel method as those of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. What is unfolding in front of our eyes is direct consequence of the 1994 genocide. This councillor's ideology has spilled over in Eastern DRC, where local armed groups supported by political leaders are committing the human rights violation against the Congolese Tutsi community in the north, south, even including those related in
Honorable Chair, excuse me, Honorable Chair.
So,
Excuse me, Honorable Chair.
I think you don't have right to stop me.
No, I'm not stopping you.
So let me continue then back because I have the floor. So what I'm saying that if I need to make clear on this issue, everyone who is here who may not know what happening there, but also to draw attention of this framework, should, as member states, should not allow any national institution to bring false allegations. And they don't have that mandate to come to put allegation against member states. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rwanda. So this is exactly not a forum to discuss this issue here. So I'd like to give the floor to Ghana to respond to the question, if there is any question addressed to Ghana. So Ghana, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think two questions was addressed to me. One in respect of the investigating complaints made out and identifiable complaints. Yes, it is true that we don't do so much investigation because of the interpretation the Supreme Court gave to our Constitution. But what we've been doing is that we monitor every human rights situation that goes on in the country, and we issued advisories, we issue reports. In fact, when we receive a complaint, when we investigate, our decision are binding and we can go to court. But when we don't have a complainant, because the court has stated that we need an identifiable complainant, we cannot go to court and enforce the decision. So what we do is that we monitor every human rights situation that goes on in the country, and we issue advisories after our monitoring, we issue advisories to the government or to the institutions. And when we issue that advisory, we publish it so the media takes it up and then put pressure on the government to fulfill the recommendations that we put in that advisory. The second question was in terms of the tenure of the commissioners, whether we are Paris Principle compliant. In fact, when you look at the Paris Principles, it says 10 years, but our constitution gives us the security of tenure. The Constitutional Review Commission was put in place, and they have recommended the 10-year tenure for commissioners. As we are speaking now, they are still working on the constitutional review. So we are hoping that when the constitution is reviewed, maybe they will change that tenure for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghana. This comes to the end of this session, and I'd like to express our thanks to all the panelists, the presenter, and you should know that this is an ongoing dialogue and collaboration as integral to strengthening the human rights governance landscape across Africa. And they will add, we've called a call for support from member states to continue capacity building for NHRs and also to call for stakeholder collaboration to sustain human rights protection and conflict prevention. The AU NHRs award is a very important recognition and a motivational tool, fostering adherence to international standard and driving continuous national improvement. On that, I say to all of you, bon appetit. My colleagues will inform, will let you know where you have your your lunch. And also the time you are going to resume for the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break of 45 minutes for lunch. Lunch will be served in Miles Delaware building. Is the building opposite to this building. So we'll guide you, the secretariat will guide you there to have your lunch. So ensure to have your badge to access for lunch. You just need to show your badge for the lunch. And then you will have to come back at 3:20. We have to be back at 3:20 to continue our session. Thank you very much. Enjoy. 3:20. Enjoy your lunch.
Therapy will be held the lunch.
Lunch should be held in Meles Delaware building. The building outside the Mandela building. No 5 minutes.
Yeah.